Okay, you are now live.
Evening, everyone. How are you doing? I'm just typing something in here a minute. I'm finding the live show so I can share it, so bear with me. Lucia will be on in just a second, guys. Yeah, Lucia will be on. Adele sends her apologies. We've been away this weekend and she's left her car charger in her partner's car. So she's the phone charger, sorry. So she's got no technology at all tonight. So yeah, so Adele sends her apologies. So 2 seconds, let me just share this. And Lucia will be on in a minute as well. She's just getting ready. How do I do this? 2 seconds. You know, I'm like starting off, guys. You're used to me by now.
Yeah, we're getting used to you by now, Kimberly. Yeah. You're going out on your YouTube channel as well tonight. So say hi to everyone.
I'm trying to share the link, but it's oh, there it is.
What link are you trying to share? The YouTube one.
Yeah, I've really just gone. I ain't even signed in for some strange reason. Okay. So let me go on there now, so I can see some comments as well. This one. So we got 2 people watching now on that over there.
Oh, that will soon build up, don't you worry.
Right. I can see Sandy's on the screen as well.
Just make sure you pause the sound, otherwise you're going to get feedback.
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, so guys, we're just going to discuss tonight. We'll just give you a little bit of an update, really. We wasn't on the show last week. The reason being we had a bit of a demonstration in Cardiff. We attended a demonstration yesterday in Blackpool, so we want to talk about those. I know Sandy's got some demonstrations he wants to talk about as well, so we're just going to have a little bit of a chit chat, really. I was hoping Lucia would be on by now, so she could discuss more about what happened last week, because I was ill. But we had a great time. We started off in Cardiff Castle at 1 p.m. We had a decent crowd there as well. We had some good speakers. So we had the gentleman from Birmingham. I don't know if you've heard of the Birmingham campaigns against the sex education. They were obviously labelled homophobic, but you need to meet these guys to understand how incredible they are. They put their religion, their opinion aside, and they fight in this as a humanitarian cause. Also, we've got to give these gentlemen credit as well. I think their names is Azar and oh God, I don't speak to them on the phone as much as the girls, so I wouldn't know. But this is the second time now they have drove down from Birmingham. The first time they drove down, they met Lucia and Adele in a place in Cardiff. Lucia tried to get home for a show one Sunday night. It was the night we missed. I was sleeping. And Adele left them at midnight. So they've drove down here twice now, and we've got to give them credit, you know. But this is what it's about, guys. We've got to unite as a United Kingdom. As everyone knows, these campaigns do not get the attention they deserve. You know, like someone mentioned yesterday, something happened hundreds of miles away across the other side of the world, and everyone's up in arms. But we've got these really serious causes going on. Crimes against children being committed. We've got terrible safeguarding in this country. We have got trafficking on a high scale, you know. And it's not trafficking as people would imagine, you know, kids in lorries or something like that. It's trafficking within the system. So, you know, these are really serious issues, but people just don't seem to come out for them for some strange reason. So we've got to give the people credit that do travel across the country. We also had David Curtin. So he's an assembly member for London. He ran for London Mayor just recently. He too gave a really powerful speech. So again, he travelled from London on his own. He marched with us from Cardiff Castle to the Senedd, where he delivered his speech. We had Caroline Jones there then, who was our Minister of the Senedd until recently, until the election. She was the only person that spoke up for us regarding RSE out of the entire Senedd. And she became a casualty, really. You know, she didn't get her seat. She didn't get back in. So it was great to hear from Caroline, but we had then Joseph Blair. So Bobby and Joseph Blair, again, they suffered horrific abuse. they won the biggest court case in Europe, you know, and nothing has changed since then. Again, you've got to give these people credit. They are travelling all across the country to assist us here in Wales. We need to see this effort. It's so disheartening that the crowds that we get don't get per village or per town. It's incredible, really. But Lucia's coming on now, yes. So
Hiya, Kim. Sorry I'm late.
No worries. I was just talking about the protest last week, Lou, and just speaking about the speakers who we had there, how far they travelled, things like that. And obviously I wanted you then to discuss what you thought of the protest, because I was quite ill last week. So I was literally in a daze. Even the chant, I had to keep looking. I couldn't remember what I just said and so on. It wasn't until I got to Joe Blair then, and he put his arms around me that made me feel human again. So what do you think? How did the protest go, Lou, from the castle to the Senedd?
Well, first of all, let me just say, Kim, like from an outside, like, well, for someone sort of like looking in and seeing you and what you were doing and what, you know, like just the way you were, never ever in a million years would I have thought that you were feeling that ill, because you were just amazing. You were on top form, Kim, you know, the way you were doing the chants, the way you were just gathering, you know, sort of getting the crowd sort of, you know, what's the word, rearing up the crowd, if you like, the way you did your speech, the way you were just chatting with everyone. There's just no way. It's only like occasionally you've been coming on lives as well, and occasionally I've been seeing, you know, you're talking and I see that big finger and that's the only thing that like reminds me, oh my God, Kim, you've really been suffering. So never ever in a million years would I have thought that you were feeling that ill. So you did amazing. So I just want to say well done to you, and you know, like for you to actually have been there, because I know how much you were suffering as well. You know, I was around your house the night before and a few nights before that as well. And I know you've been in the wars, and yeah, you did amazing, Kim. So you should be so proud.
I know. But the thing is, Lou, I needed to be around that energy. That I knew that was the medicine my body needed. Like I said, I've been suffering for a couple of weeks. Well, a couple of months really, since May, it's been trying to set in, hasn't it? And I needed that. I needed to be around those people, you know. I needed that positivity, and that was the best medicine ever. Did you see me Monday? I was climbing the walls. I was like, to get around the place, and you know, that was the medicine I had.
Yeah,
so I needed that. That's what I needed, you know, that to be around incredible people doing something positive. Something worthwhile.
Yeah, and do you know what? Like the speakers, you know, we were like honoured to have Joseph there, Joseph Blair. What an it was the first time I've met him, and wow, like what an incredible man he is. Like, so it was such a pleasure having him there, and then having our Caroline there as well, Caroline Jones. Oh, I seen Caroline yesterday as well. I was walking past the cocktail bar by me, and she was there having a coffee with Alan. So that was really nice to see her. Yeah, it was lovely. So yeah, to have Caroline there talking, and then we had David Curtin as well, and then of course our friends from Birmingham, you know, the three lads there that came all, like, you know, these people were coming all the way. They came all the way from Birmingham. David came all the way from London, and Joseph came. Where did Joseph come from? He's from up north, is he?
Birmingham. We also
well. So,
had.
You know,
oh, can I just interrupt there? Sorry, I want to give a shout out as well, because we had security in the crowd which nobody was aware of, and they came from far as well. So I believe Bath and all different places in England. We had people there who were linked to the PTSD camp in Bath, the Veterans PTSD camp. They came, they are great supporters of us, even though we've never met them. They came and they were a security in the crowd to look after us after what happened last time. So massive shout out to the people behind the scenes that nobody knew was there.
Yeah, they were amazing as well. Like, great to chat with those boys as well. Just yeah, just great to have so much support around us. As you said, you know, we've actually got like proper security there, looking out for our interests as well, which was great. The police were amazing as well. You know, the people who we had, you know, sort of leading the way and clearing the roads. They were obviously in full support of our campaign. So that is just amazing to see as well. You know, they get so much bad press, don't they? The police. But,
Well,
you
I
know,
don't
like,
know if you noticed, Lou, but there was one officer there that was there on the first one. I think it was the first. Remember, they were a little bit funny with us the first time. But one of the officers was there from the first time, and he was completely different. He was smiling. He was the one that was leading us, walking by the side of us. We had free reign of the entire city, didn't we?
we did.
The police give us free reign of the entire city. The council gave us free reign. We could walk where we want. On the road, across the Dywal, the roundabouts, we just had free reign of everything. So that was quite impressive, and that was quite powerful, because obviously the traffic had to stop then, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And like, you know, we had a couple of people beeping at us as well, like doing the beep, 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 beeps, like, woohoo. So yeah, as you said, like when we're crossing roads, especially like the busier roads as well, it does attract attention. So, you know, everybody driving past are like, oh, what's this all about? And yeah, the chant was great. Kim, you actually made that chant up, didn't you? It was you that did that chant.
Yeah, I was ill. I actually did that about 4 o'clock in the morning through one eye. That was my contribution to the, you know, I've always got to work. I always got to do something, and that was like the less brain power. So
yeah, it was a great chant. It was really, really good, really effective. And like the previous protest we did, we were just saying, say no to RSE. We didn't have anything properly planned, but to have that chant properly planned out, yeah, it was very catchy.
People could hear what our problem was in short bits then, wasn't it, you know?
Exactly. And we had, again, you know, we had so much support from the onlookers, you know, especially when we went through, oh God, you know what, my geography is rubbish now. When we were what's that?
It was Boot Street. So let me again, there was some local girls there that joined us that we had never met before. It was them ladies that directed us through Boot Street. They took us from a quiet street. They directed us across into Boot Street, where all the Islamic community were there. So again, massive thank you to those girls. We don't know who you are, but that was thank you.
Yeah,
you know, that was so much support from so many different people. These little things help. Like those girls just turning up, and those girls taking us that way was massive for the campaign. It was nothing to them, but it was massive for the campaign. These things do matter, don't they?
Oh, they do, definitely. And, you know, like, obviously the Islamic community are well against this RSE. They're well against all this, you know, the comprehensive sex education. And so they should be. And it's really bad for them, because they get the backlash then, don't they? Because, rah, just because you're religious, you know, they get accused of all sorts. And at the end of the day, they don't want children being sexualized.
Oh, we want to keep them as long as possible.
Well, exactly. And the thing is, this is what I keep seeing over and over again, Kim, and it gets me really riled up. It's like every time there's a discussion about this about the RSE or comprehensive sex education, every time there's any discussion, it's only the people who have got a slightly more conservative opinion about sex and sexual relationships. They're the only people that seem to be getting slammed. It's like, you know, the people who are really liberal and really, do as you please, they're the ones that seem to be, you know, looking.
Well, they'd actually get an airtime, aren't they, to promote sex with 9-year-olds, you know, being okay. That's the reality of it. They are actually getting ambassadors for this education, getting airtime to openly discuss sex with 9-year-old boys possibly being harmless. And then you've got us on the other side then that's being labelled all sorts, far right, homophobic, this, that, and the other. We are not getting a stitch in the paper unless they can edit to discredit.
Exactly.
They will not interview us if we are filming it live. What does that tell you? That's the reality of the world, right? So say, look, let's look there now. And I'm not going to beat on the bush. We're talking the likes of Peter Tatchell. He openly promotes it. These are his words. You know, he openly promotes this. He's an ambassador for this education in Ireland. We are fighting it here. We're against it, and we don't even get a little column in the paper.
No.
We get charities writing in papers in support of this, and when we challenge those charities, Sarah from Barnardo's, with a series of questions, evidence-based, they can't reply. They can't respond. They can't answer them. This is a reality of the society we are up against. If we're up against this as adults, what are the kids up against?
Yeah, I know, it's awful. And, you know, like these charities, you know, they bring out all these, you know, they're always like bringing things out. But they don't, they hide behind it, don't they? They hide behind the fact that they are a big name. So, you know, like, for example, there was a, let me think now, it was there was actual swimming centres in England. I'm not sure exactly where this was, but there were swimming centres where they were doing naked family swims. Now, these swims were actually endorsed by one of the large, oh God, I believe it was
Centre Park.
What's that?
It was Centre Parks, wasn't it? Endorsed.
It wasn't. No, I don't think it was Centre Parks. No,
right.
It was.
Well, they've I'm sure they've endorsed it, right? Because I did a little Google on it, and I was quite surprised at what I found. I was quite surprised at what I found. You know.
Yeah. Your dogs. No, it was, I'm trying to think what charity it was that endorsed it. It was one of the big charities, and it's gone out of my head. I don't want to say, because if I've got it wrong, then obviously
Shall I give a little Google? I'll give a little Google. You carry on talking. I'll give a little Google. Oh, let's say hello to, right. Let's say hello to who's on first, shall we? We got Lisa. Hiya, Lisa. Wake up. Inquisitive X. Evening all. Oh,
hey everybody.
Right, let me mute myself. I'm going to do a Google. You have a little chat now.
All right then. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want to carry on those facts because it was quite a while ago that I read about it, and things do go out of my head. So I do know it was a big charity that endorsed the family naked swims, which is, do you know what? Like years ago, I used to think that naturists was just a load of middle-aged men and women who just like to get together and they rode bikes naked or whatever. But the more and more I'm reading about things like this, there are like children involved, like children, like families doing this, you know, going camping naked. It's really inappropriate. And these things are just, you know, being allowed to happen. And yeah, this is the type of society we're living in. And I just, the more I hear, like I've always been in a little bit of a bubble, if you like, because, you know, like where I'm from, we don't sort of see things like that. We don't hear things like that. So, you know, when you actually sort of go out in the world and you hear that these things are actually happening, you just think, my God, you know, it's shocking. These poor children that are involved in all these really bad.
Anyone at all is invited. If it was, you know, it's not even strictly families.
Wow.
Anyone can attend, you know, and that's the reality of it.
That's scary. Like that, you know, the safeguarding issue straight there, isn't it? Straight away, like how, you know, how these things can just carry on going ahead without anyone being arrested. I don't get it. I really don't understand.
The more brazen they are, the more they get away with it. It's as simple as that, Lou.
I know, and then if you dare say anything, you're accused of being like a bigotist or something, aren't you? And it's like,
or a Mary Whitehouse. We had a load of Mary Whitehouses, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, I would rather be a Mary Whitehouse and siding with paedophiles.
Yes.
You know, like if that's the choice, then, you know, so I'm a Mary Whitehouse.
There is no choice, you know, and the thing is, people only put these labels on us because they can't argue with us. That's what it is.
That's exactly it. You know, that's it. They can't argue with the fact that, like, I've seen it over and over, like with either with myself or one of our supporters, where they're talking to someone online and it all comes back to, oh, you need to get with the times, oh, you're being old-fashioned, and that, you know, that's all they've got to give. And it's like, well, if being old-fashioned means protecting our children from sexual predators, then I'll stay.
Bring it on. Then bring it on, you know. But that's it, though, Lou. It's not like, yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, but we are not just saying, well, if that means protect them from sexual predators, bring it on. But that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, come on, let's break it down. Yeah. Let's break it down. You show me and we'll discuss it. So we're doing that with people. We're giving them the opportunity to actually pick something and discuss it. And they won't do it, you know? So it's not as if we're not offering the opportunity to iron this out.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's go back to the protest. So we had sound issues again, but we learned by our mistakes, didn't we? Apart from the sound issues, I think it went really, really well.
It did, yeah, it did. And I'm trying to work out right in my head whether this protest was bigger than the last one, because some people said it was, and I wasn't really sure if it was round about the same numbers or if it was a little bit more this time.
It did look more. It did look more. I was quite surprised because obviously I was out of it. So I was like Cloud9, Cardiff, Cloud9, Cardiff, and when I was back in the room, I could actually, I was like, whoa. You know, and but I tell you what I noticed though, Lou, a lot of our regulars weren't there. A hell of a lot of our regulars weren't there. And that was for various reasons. I think if they were there as well, it would have made much bigger impact, you know. But we had a great response all the same. And then afterwards we had a little party, didn't we?
We did. Oh my God, you girls, seriously, I just feel
Lucia had a party in the Welsh Parliament.
I did. So it was my birthday the following day. Like, I was not expecting that at all. You just it was like, right, okay, come on, everybody, team, you know, get on the stage. And I thought you were just going to say a few goodbyes. And then you all started singing happy birthday to me. You were all bringing food out. Oh my God, I was like, wow. And all the cards as well and presents I had. John was like, wow, Lou, you know, I bet you're like, I was on cloud 9. I was just like, thank you so much.
Yeah, great day, Jimmy. I think I'll finish it off lovely. We had a tea party on the steps of the Welsh Parliament Sunday did. So literally we put everything away and then pulled everything out. And,
it was a great way to end the a fantastic protest. It was, do you know what, from the minute we started to the minute it all finished, it was great, you know, really, really good.
And there's a lot more children there this time as well, wasn't there? And it was it's really family orientated. But again, it's such a shame that we are not getting any coverage for this because it's serious.
Yeah, it is, like, you know, as much as, you know, like we try and do the event that it's, well, not like entertaining, I say, but yeah, it's about sort of getting everyone together, everyone chanting, as you said, getting families together. But at the end of the day, this is a very, very serious issue. And we need, like, this sort of thing, it needs to be on the mainstream media. Why is it not on the mainstream media? Because there's too much that they want to hide. They don't want to be out there sort of doing, like, you've offered, how many people have you offered live debates about this?
Every single one of them, all of them together, all 60 against me, and I won't take no notes.
Yeah, because you know what you're talking about, and they know that whatever you're going to say to them, they'll probably come up with something like, I don't know, what do I normally hear now with presenters? They'll say things like, well, they hear it off the internet anyway, so, you know, we have to teach it in schools. And it's like, listen, right, if you spend all those billions of pounds that you're using to sexualize our children, if you put that money towards sorting something out with the internet, to making sure that children do not see these inappropriate images, then the world will be a lot safer place. Instead, you're taking the bad stuff from the internet and putting it right in front of them in their schools. And these children are too young to comprehend this information. They don't want this information.
It's promoting it. It's promoting it, you know. But yeah, it's like you said, we're not getting the coverage we deserve. And that's what I was just saying now about how we don't get enough people at these events for this very serious issue.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where there's a lot of different child protection campaigns out there for various different reasons, you know. And it's gotten to the point now where, well, something rocky has happened within the campaigns. There's been an infiltration. They've actually attacked us all individually, haven't they? But that has brought us all together. And so it's worked out fantastically. But we went to Blackpool yesterday, and that's what I was saying there. You know, it got to a point where I was almost begging the people in Blackpool to come to Wales to help us, because the people that love their kids the moon and back can't seem to find their way to Cardiff and back.
Yeah.
You know, so it's getting to the point now where we actually have to beg these people. We are traveling all around the UK because we've only got each other. That's what it's like now.
Yeah, that's
So
it, exactly.
if we've only got each other, what have these kids got?
Yeah, I know, exactly. And that's why we've got to keep going until the bitter, you know, until we've actually fought this. We have to, because what is the future going to look like for our children if we just allow this to carry on?
No innocence. There's going to be no innocence at all.
No, there isn't. No, and
I think there will probably be a lot of bloodshed as well.
Yeah. Do you know
because this is going into everyone's living room now. This isn't like where you've usually got a predator that preys on the vulnerable, that gets that child secluded, right? And that child is cut off from people, or there's an opportunity where that child is in a secret environment. Then this now isn't perpetrators picking out anyone. This is kids readily available. And it's in everyone's living room, and not every family's going to put up with that. You know, the government think they got issues with us. No, we are the, do you know what I mean? We are not the problem. There's going to be a lot of angry parents out there. Something happens to their kids.
Absolutely.
There's going to be a lot of angry parents, and I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that. Sexual rights or no sexual rights, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that. So my message to government would be, listen up to us.
Yeah.
Listen up to us now, because they'll be coming. And when they start coming, it's going to be it's going to be bloodshed.
Well, the thing is, like, we've already, you know, like, obviously a lot of this RSE is coming into schools already. You know, we know that. You know, I've had letters myself from my child's school. But we've already, like, you know, we're having conversations with people where there's one lady in particular, and her son, he has ADHD, and he's only 8, and the school had forgotten to send out the letter saying that they were having these sex lessons, and giving them the opportunity to withdraw. So obviously her little boy had that sex lesson, and he felt awful afterwards. Really confused him. He no longer feels right because he's had a girlfriend, but, you know, innocent, he's only an 8-year-old kid. Innocently, he had his girlfriend, and all of a sudden he feels weird having a girlfriend because they were teaching him about sex. And, you know, she was horrified. She's actually been down the school, but you know, like, what is going on? Like, how can
Can I just say, I am a parent of a child with ADHD. I have a sibling, right? My entire life has been centered around these brains, okay? That's all I know are these brains. I also know, as a criminologist, the high risks associated with that group of kids. Not just themselves, but the risk they pose to other children. They get obsessions. And I mean obsessions. Stupid example, my son, I let him go to the fish shops, you know, when he was allowed to go. It was only up the road, fish shop, and he discovered they were selling drumstick sweets. For 3 weeks, he kept finding money for drumstick sweets. And it's everything lasts 3 weeks. If he picks up a word which is really inappropriate, he will repeat that for 3 weeks. And it's, do you know what I mean? That's my son's pattern of 3 weeks. Other children don't have the 3 weeks. Other children have much longer. You know, so what that teacher has essentially done, if that was my child now, right, I would have hit the roof, because me, as an educated woman, a well-educated woman in this field, I would have had to do a lot of work, a hell of a lot of work to undo that damage. If I could undo it, right, if that would be possible, and I would be down that school, I'd be pressing charges against them all, for the simple fact that science tells me they are not equipped to deal with this with these children. They have now subjected an entire classroom to a horrific harm. Because what we've got with these children as well, right, especially the sensory children, if we get horny, right, multiply that by 1 million. You're suppressing, right? You're not dealing with these sexual things within these kids. You've suppressed it. You've introduced stuff to them. You might have a little niece or nephew. It manifests into something serious, and then you've got an innocent child getting harmed, and you've got a child who is essentially victim to the society. That child's a victim, which now becomes a perpetrator, all of which could have been prevented. This is the severity of this issue, and it drives me absolutely insane. If that was my son, I would have gone ballistic. And I'm going to call out to all additional needs parents out there now. Prior to this, I run the additional needs movement. Education policy is my thing, as well as criminology. If you've got worries or concerns about your children, come to me, and I will make sure we want the teachers together beforehand, because that is something you as a parent don't only have a duty to protect your child, you have a duty to protect the children around your child as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know, the thing is as well, these teachers that are teaching it, you know, they keep harping on about that they're going to put like, millions of pounds into training these teachers to make sure that they're equipped to, you know, to teach this RSE. Well, they're already teaching it and they're not trained. So, you know, like what you just said about, you know, children with ADHD, I didn't even know that until I got that information from you. How many other teachers know those facts?
Exactly, Lou. Now, and this is it. I fought daily, and there's loads of parents out there. All the work I do is confidential, right? It's always confidential. People I do not get on with turn to me because they know I'm going to get the best for their kid, right? I know these kids inside out, but every child is different. Every single child is different. The system is the same, though. The system is the same, right? Our system needs to change. Those teachers have got no business unless they know everything about these kids' brains, right? Unless they know everything about perpetrators of abuse, models of offending, barriers to disclosure, spontaneous disclosure, non-verbal disclosure. Unless they know all that stuff, they have got no business claiming to be sexual safeguarders, because they're not.
They're not, no.
You know, they've got no business doing that. And there is nothing wrong with putting your hands up and admitting that. It's not your job to know it. No, it's not your job to know it any more than it's not their job to fix my car or give it an MOT. It's not their job to know this stuff. They train to be a teacher.
They are, exactly. And like when you do, like I know my sister's
just on that note, Leo, let me just finish on that note, right? It's not your job to know it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We don't expect you to know it. So stop pretending. Just come on.
Like, you know, you've got like some parents saying, well, they would rather the teacher teach them. So, you know, because they may feel embarrassed to teach their own kids. Well, if you feel that about teaching your own children, like, you know, you have to sort of put your big girl's pants on and teach your children things, because otherwise they could be in danger.
You were quick enough taking their big girl pants off to make the children.
Yeah, exactly. So if the parents feel like that about teaching their own children things like that, how do they think that the teachers who teach them every day in school, how are they going to feel teaching their children?
Right? The teachers don't feel comfortable teaching it anyway, and this is the best part about it. The teachers don't feel comfortable teaching it anyway.
No, they don't.
And rightly so. Rightly so. They are not health professionals. They are not criminal professionals. Do you know what I mean? Rightly so, they shouldn't be teaching this stuff, because it's not what they train to do.
No, and it's very specialist, isn't it? And you know, like
programs with additional needs kids, right? These teachers are in charge whether of these kids get on the pathway to diagnosis, right? If there is a problem with a parent and a teacher, and this is a fact, that child misses his pathway to diagnosis. Okay, you know, so there's a lot of pressure in school anyway. There's a lot of stuff going on, problems within these kids with additional needs. Let's upskill everyone on additional needs. So at least, right, these kids waiting for a diagnosis, on the pathway diagnosis, don't have to wait for the diagnosis, then don't have to fight for the statement. These kids are fully supported because we've got a nation of teachers that understand them.
Yeah.
Can we deal with that first? Can we deal with that first? When we deal with that first, everyone will know why it's a bad idea to introduce dildos to a classroom of 11-year-olds.
I know, it's great. And like going back to like the additional needs as well, it's important as well that the children in the class understand what special needs is as well. Because like my children, I know this from personal experience, where my children have come home and they've said about a child in their class has got anger issues. that's how they seen it. That's what they were told. Oh, yeah, he's got anger issues, and just because he, you know, I don't know, he misbehaves or, you know, sort of storms out the room or whatever they may be, they don't actually, you know, like Layla, my daughter, she didn't realise they had like additional needs. They just assumed.
Funny you actually use those words, anger issues, because Logan had gone to school, I think it was back in year 8, and September had come, it's difficult, and we'd got into early October. And one of the teachers turned around and said to him, "You've got anger issues."
Wow.
Well, inside of him, he had held this anger in since September, right? So he had worked so hard since September to control these outbursts and to try and get his way settled back in school. And at that point, he flipped his lid. He flipped his lid because all they see is what's presented. They don't see what's going on the inside. Like, they don't see none of that. Get me in our school and I'll give them massive demonstrations of what's going on inside these kids' heads.
Yeah.
Let's get the drums playing. Let's get the lights flicking. And like, come on. 2 times table, 3 times table, 5 times table. Come on. You know, they wouldn't last 2 minutes. They wouldn't last 2 minutes if they had a little demonstration of what's going on inside these kids' heads.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like the teachers need, because if they did have an understanding of what was going inside that, they would, they'd be like more sympathetic and they would deal with their outbursts better.
If they understood what was going on inside these kids' heads, right, they would be like me. I am absolutely amazed by the kids that kick off the most, right? No, the kids that's kicking off the most, they are the ones that's got the most going on. They are the ones that's got the most magic, right? And it's because they got so much magic going on, they don't know how to process it. You've just got to get inside there and you've got to show them how to work the magic to their favor. Do you know what I mean? It's in there. The ones that's the write-offs, the ones with the outbursts, the ones that really can't sit still, they are the ones that's got the most to offer. You give them a little bit of time, you give them a little bit of understanding, and they will go on to be something incredible. They really will. When they sink their teeth into something, it's like, it's negativity. As soon as they go to school, they can't sit still on the carpet, right? Negative from day one, right? But if you see, you know, what are you good at? What can you do? What do you like? Whoosh, they just go. They just sky high. Once these kids are on a roll and they go in positive, right? The sky is the limit for these kids because they don't feel with us, right? Like Jason was telling Sandy earlier, I get confidence issues coming on you, especially on my own. A child wouldn't have that if they taught to thrive from day one. A child wouldn't get no confidence issues. They were doing their own thing. And children go much further than adults if they give them the better start. I mean, their brains are most impressionable at that time. You know, kids have got so much to give if we allow them to give it.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, and I think
especially the ones kicking off and that, they're kicking off because they shouldn't be in that environment. They are bigger than that environment, these kids are. Do you know what I mean? Their minds are outside in our room. Let's jump on board.
This is the thing, like school is just it's like a tool to get you, like, you know, it's about sort of getting children to live inside this box, isn't it? And yet some children do very well. They're very academic. They'll sit there quietly. They'll just get on with their work.
Some children need that. But in every class, right, there's an athlete. In every class is an artist. In every class is a musician. Musicians shouldn't be in exam hall. Artists shouldn't be in the exam hall. But yet we've got an artist and a musician that's got to get their 5 A to C's in something completely different to go on to do their chosen field in college. And even then they've got to do 3 separate A levels.
It's crazy,
you know what? It's wrong. So what we've done, we've stopped these artists achieving. We've stopped them.
Yeah.
We've prevented them.
Yeah.
What do they get? What do they get? Hour and a half a week in their favourite subject?
Yeah, it's not right. Do you know, it's not right. And also, like, unconsciously then, if they don't get their 5 A to C's and that, they feel like they failed. So like subconsciously then, they've seen themselves as a failure, and they don't go on and do well.
My son would see himself as a failure now, if it wasn't for the fact that I always encouraged everything he wanted, you know, everything he wanted. We were breeding rabbits, we had 32. He started growing veg and little sink things.
I love his veg garden he's got. It's amazing.
Again, now, he's always had tools. You know, the school used to hate the fact that he had tools when he was younger. And as you know, last Christmas at the age of 15, he sent you the link for all the parts for you boys' custom built gaming system. He even went and built a few.
I know.
This is a boy that went to the Welsh school, so obviously he's had 2 languages going on inside his head. He doesn't know the months of the year. He doesn't know the order of the days of the week, and he can't sit still in that exam hall. But he was in the head teacher's able and talented maths group when he was in junior school, even though he couldn't sit still, even though he couldn't even go to the canteen for food. You know, so this is, and I have always encouraged that. If I hadn't encouraged that and hadn't shown him how amazing his brain is, he would be a failure right now.
Yeah.
Because he would feel like a failure because the school system would have told him he's a failure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's
The
the
system's
problem with
telling
the
him he's a
system.
failure, but look at what he's producing. You've met him, Lou. Look at what he's producing in reality.
Yeah. Absolutely. I know. It did, like the way he built that computer. I was just like, because I even tried sort of looking over it myself, and it was just like, whoa. But yeah, he did it with ease, and he loved it as well. I think
This is what these kids need. Do you know what I mean? They that's what kids need. They don't need this filth. And anyone who genuinely cares about kids, they'll understand that.
yeah,
They'll
definitely.
understand that.
definitely.
These kids, like, you know, like archery and things like that, these kids don't get to experience that until later life. So how do we know we haven't got a talented, do you know what I mean? How do we know what we've got amongst these kids if we're not giving them the opportunities to experience new things and express new things?
Absolutely. I know.
You know, there is nothing wrong with being bad at something because you're really good at that.
Yeah. Well,
No,
I'm really bad at like the English side of things, like just writing out things and even sort of like expressing myself like word. I'm not that good at that. Like I'm 41 and I still struggle with that. But maths is more my thing. You know, I can sort of pick up things, you know, to do with finances a lot better. But, you know, that's just me, you know, and I've come to accept that.
This is what we want. Everybody's different and we want to celebrate differences. We don't want to blanket teach kids anything. We want these kids to grow, we want these kids to thrive. Sandy,
Yeah.
are you putting your hand at the talk, Sandy?
No, I was just hearing you talking there about this. I mean, I can go back to during the 1950s when I was at school. You know my story, what happened to me in Quarries Orphan Homes. I gave up on everything.
Yeah.
Then I was taken out of Quarries and I was sent to a local school in Kilmacombe in Redfordshire, Scotland. But I'd given up. I gave up on everything, my schoolwork, everything now. Oh, before I was abused, my schoolwork was good. As I always say, my work shone, but I wasn't the brightest torch in the class. But when the batteries were taken out, my torch, I gave up.
Yeah.
Didn't want to. But when I was taken out of Quarries and put into the primary school in Kilmacombe, I just gave up. I wasn't interested. And I was called, I don't know how many times during the day, I had a 2-prong leather belt over my hands because I couldn't do the work. But not one person ever asked,
Why?
tried to have they a problem here? And we said today. Now, I help out at a centre, and it's the best thing I've come across, and it's for kids with autism. The kids are the best thing out, but the kids can go off in one.
Yes.
If you're walking down the street with one of the kids and they go off in one, you've got people looking at that kid going, that deserves a really good kick in the backside for acting like that. They only see what's on the outside. They don't look deep enough. And that's what's up with the people in the UK. They don't look deep enough. They only see and think what they want to. It's time people started opening up more. I hear you talking about the rallies and stuff. I seen one down in London there the other week there. 2 million people estimated at it. Up here in Scotland and Glasgow, we do things like that. We're lucky if we get 20. We're lucky.
With us, Sandy, the turnout is
Why?
horrific, and these people, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. What we've got, like Blackpool yesterday was just amazing. The speakers there. We've actually got people, Sandy, like yourself, like Rianne, like the Blair brothers, Alan. Right, we got people telling their stories for a reason.
Yeah.
For a goddamn reason. It is not easy for these people. They fall apart on that microphone, right? They are there for a reason. And do you know what? I'm ashamed of every adult that don't turn up and don't give it a chance. Don't go and listen to these children, because in my eyes, they are children speaking on that mic. They might be 30, 40, 50, 60 years of age, but that is still their child's story. That child is still locked inside them, and it's our duty to stand up and listen up.
You see the likes of that Black Lives Matter people down in one like, I don't give a damn about your religion, the God you pray to, anything else. But you see thousands down in one day for Black Lives Matters. Thousands in the street for Black Lives Matters.
Yeah.
All life matters. Why are they doing that for the children?
Babies.
Yeah.
The land that's being abused. Why are they not doing it? Why does people run away? Why do they not want to speak out about this?
Because they'd rather fight about the past than fight for the future. They haven't got the balls to fight for the future, Sandy, because everybody's so scared of what they don't know. So they'd rather look behind than face what's in front.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly it. They're so busy, sort of like, you know, like the Black Lives Matter. They're so busy, you know, they're doing this campaign because, you know, like the slavery thing was like all those years ago. But like, what about all the children that are still being abused today? You know, it's not anything that, it's not history. It's actually still going on today.
If we all focus on children, if we raise children, like if we need a country of adults that don't need to recover from their childhood, and that doesn't come in colour.
No, it's everybody.
That's just fact. And that doesn't come in religion. That doesn't come in anything. Children are children, and children come from all walks of life. And the animal kingdom look out for each other. We don't anymore. We don't anymore.
No.
We've had these discussions where years ago we'd been in a village, and if one of the babies needed feeding, one of the women would just pick it up and put it on the breast, because that is how we looked after each other. You know, that's our natural instincts as human beings. We seem to have lost that. We seem to have lost that now.
Yeah, it's very sad, isn't it? It's like, it's almost like, it's even to the point of communities, you know, people who used to live next to each other, they knew all their neighbours, they knew their neighbours' neighbours and neighbours' neighbours. And like now it's like, well, where I am is a little bit, you know, we do know our neighbours here, but it's nothing like it used to be. You know, people used to leave their doors open, people just would walk in and out of each other's houses, but now we're so distant. Like if something bad was going on a couple of doors down, like to a child, I may never know about it. That's what it's like now. Whereas I don't know, like I think years ago, people would have, you know, at least sort of like maybe stuck their nose in if there was something wrong, but I just see things just getting worse and worse.
Yeah. And I think as well, like, I do understand that it's such a taboo subject. It's such an horrific thing to even imagine. I do understand the impact of that on people's brains. It's not easy what we do, Lou, is it? You know, like just last year, Lou, I study this stuff because I choose to, right? Just last year, you were just an everyday mother, businesswoman. And what you've had to face in this last year, what's it been like for you?
Oh, it's been horrific, like really hard, you know, just like, it was very difficult for me to like understand it. Like it took me like hours, weeks and weeks to really sort of understand, like, you know, what's going on. Is this actually happening, you know? But yeah, it is, it's heartbreaking, you know, like seeing the fact that so many children have gone through such horrific childhoods. It just breaks my heart. I can't even, you know, I just think it's all horrendous. And the fact that this RSC is now coming in, and it's almost like saying that it's absolutely fine for children to engage in sexual activity as long as they consent to. I'm just like, oh my God, really? You know, we actually living in this society. It's, yeah, it's horrible, really, really horrible.
When we were in Blackpool yesterday, we had to listen to some stories. I did try to film a few, but then myself and Adele spoke, and there's some things not even I could listen to. I had to walk away. Do you know what I mean? We had a woman there, she's only young herself, 20s, breaking her heart. Her 3-year-old had been raped.
Oh, God.
And they found out that this boy had raped other children. But do you know why he didn't get away? Because of the poor understanding of the children. Oh, Lois is coming in, Sandy.
Oh, good.
Lois is coming in. Lois, so for everybody out there, Sandy had a show prior to ours, and he had on his show this incredible lady, Dr. Lois, and it looks like she's come on now. So before we started, Jason had shown me a website, Lucia, is fantastic. Dr. Lois, she's got, what's it called? Children of the Night.
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, coming in, Lois. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lois Lee, the founder and president of Children of the Night. And I just wanted to join you and say congratulations on your work and what a pleasure it is to meet you. I looked up your website and it looks like you're doing very good work too.
Oh, thank you so much. We just before we come on the show, Jason had shown us your website and read out a few things. So we was going to ask him to get you back on for us, because that's the line of work we're very much interested in. I missed the show. I'm really sorry. We were in Blackpool yesterday, which is like a 500-mile round trip. So I missed the show. I didn't know what was going on. So I'm really sorry I missed that, but I'll definitely be watching it back.
Yes, I think they're going to edit it down so you miss all of our mishaps.
Oh no, I'll have access. I think they'll put the full one up for members. I think I'll have access to the uncut version.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out as well. Hi, Lois, how are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Let me see if I can turn my camera on or if I create interruption. There I am.
Yes, we can see the face now. Lovely.
Fantastic.
We'll see. It was creating interruption before, but it's real. I just wanted you to see my face, and I wanted you to know how sincere I am about congratulating you on your work. It's really wonderful.
Thank you so much. And can I just say, you sound an absolute incredible woman. Just want to ask you a question. You do a lot of work saving child, I hate saying this, child prostitutes.
Yeah.
Over here, I think it was in 2012, we dropped the term child prostitute and adopted child sexual exploitation. I was just wondering if maybe you and your work may have had something to do with that.
Well, we would have, but and in America, the word sex trafficking is what's used, but it's really political. The kids who are prostituting, many of them are willing participants in their prostitution. Life with a pimp is better than life at home. If you can imagine how horrible home must be when your parents sell you for drugs. So they do not identify with the sex trafficking movement. And what happened is America made such a big deal out of it and spent so much money on law enforcement and on social service programs that they found that there were not enough kids who were really prostituting. So they created this word sex trafficking and they put everybody in it. Teenage pregnancy, if you're molested by your father, if you've been raped. And so oftentimes agencies call us because they receive sex trafficking money from the government and they want to use our services. And I go, are your kids really involved in prostitution? And she says, no, you know what it is. And I do know what it is. And that's how they get funded. And it's very trendy. And the sad part is there are kids who are prostituted who are willing participants. It does not mean that they don't need help. They do. There's never a happy ending to this. But there is a matter of time. There's a time when they don't want to do it anymore and they want out. They're sick and tired of being sick and tired. So to not use the word is to deny them. And I'd asked our kids about it one time and they said, people don't want you to call us prostitutes. What do they want you to call us? I said, I don't know, sex trafficking victims? They went, oh, no, that won't work. And they thought and they thought and they thought. And then they said, I know, they can call us hoes. I said, oh, well, that's great. Save a hoe. It's like, so we just stay with prostituted youth because our kids are unequivocally involved in prostitution. And we think by using the word, we take away the shame. Now, if they use that word in a sex trafficking program, they're going to be beaten up and criticized and ridiculed and denied in terms of what it is they actually do and what they've done. I mean, I'm a person, I come from the place of where I believe prostitution should be decriminalized. I can't think of a more sexist system than the laws around prostitution.
Yeah, the laws here on prostitution, it's not against the law to sell sex, but it's against the law to buy sex.
Yes, I understand.
So, but we do have some areas now, some safe zones where prostitutes can work. And I have a friend, Jess, her mother. I was a street kid, so I wasn't trafficked or anything like that, but I was a street child. I was homeless. So I've got a friend, Jess, and her mother was the madam of all the brothels in South Wales. Well, she did a runner because they were all busted, and she went and stayed in a foreign country for a while. But yeah, so I'm really aware of that environment, you know, and for some people, it's just their life.
Yes.
It's just their life. For
But
my friend,
it doesn't mean they don't need help, because they do need help because of the legal status and because of the stigma. They're often denied help. Trying to get help for their children is really tough because oftentimes if the authorities know, they're going to remove the children from the home.
And they just considered people of bad character straight away.
Yeah.
No, you know, looking into why or the reasons behind.
Yeah,
it,
the
you know,
circumstance. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's shocking, isn't it? They don't sort of realise why have they been in this position in the first place? You know, like what you were saying then about some children actually their life at home is that bad that like the life of the pimp is even better. So, you know, you've got to like consider all these things before sort of judging a child or a young adult as to why they've ended up in that situation.
Yes.
Just have to excuse me. I'm out the gardens. I need to take the laptop in. It's getting a bit cold. Not cold. It's getting dark. So 2 seconds.
Dark, yes, I know it's getting dark in my room here as well. I've got my spotlight in the back. It goes dark all of a sudden.
It's lovely and bright in Sunday. Sorry.
Well, if you come to the States, I hope you visit, and I hope you maintain email contact with me. My email is on our website. And let me know what's going on there and how I may be able to help. I do travel when there's no pandemic. I'm getting itchy. I'm ready to go again. So
yeah, I'd love to advertise your website on our website if that's okay.
Yes, that'd be wonderful.
Brilliant. Because on what we'll do as well, we can send out marketing campaigns and include the link to your website in those as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really important that people need to see what's actually going on in the world. Because what we find, we've got the vast majority of the population, they are blindsided, you know, they don't understand, do they? They just haven't got a clue. Everything's all sweetness and fluffy and happy in their worlds. They don't understand that there's a real dark side to this world.
Yes. Yes. Well, and the movie industry doesn't help. Yeah.
And I think like the more people that we can be in contact with and, you know, sort of put in front of our supporters or people that are looking at us, if, you know, the more people that we can show, you know, well, actually, look, this lady here has been sort of like researching this area. You know, we've got like lots of connections now, if you like. So, you know, it makes, I suppose it's sort of like, it makes us all strong because we can all learn from each other as well.
Yes, no, there's quite a team of us that is, and our colleague Adele, she's going to be kicking herself tonight. Now she's not on. She hasn't got her phone charged, and she would have loved to have met you.
Well, I'm available, so she can send me an email and we can Zoom, and that's always possible. You know, that's one of the things we all learned is how to Zoom and how to connect, you know, face to face throughout the world through technology.
Yeah. And that's it. It's been a little bit of a godsend in one sense. You know, it has its perks there, doesn't it? We've been connecting with quite a few people from the States, mind. Adele has been speaking with Monica Klein. She fights the sex education there. Dr. Miriam Grossman. So we've been connecting quite a lot of people from the States, and it's been wonderful, hasn't it, Lou?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's such a small world, isn't it? With this technology going on, you know, we can, you know, be face to face with people all over the world. And, you know, that is great because, and I think like in the States as well, in many parts of America, things that like there's bad things that go on over here, but like over in America, it's almost like it's like steroids, isn't it? You're almost like, you know, especially like with the sex education in schools, it's been in America for a number of years already. So it's almost like, you know, we can learn what's going to be going on here from what's actually already happened in America.
Right.
You know, it really does help having these connections in America. So, you know, we can sort of, well, we've got the proof then, haven't we?
It's like trying to give people a little a look into the future, you know, but then we also come up against the thing, oh, they're different over there. They're different in America.
Well, I have something I'm filming for our website called The Pimp and His Game. It's the 22 tried and true psychological strategies a pimp uses to get a girl involved in prostitution and keep her there. And so it'll be on our website probably by the end of the year. We're about ready to film it. It's a PowerPoint presentation, but it's not as good as just PowerPoint. It really needs me to talk you through it. My staff says, no, we need you. We need the drama. So.
Oh, fantastic.
That's it. We've got a long way to go before we're producing that kind of stuff, Lou, haven't we? But that's the goal this end, Lewis. We need to fight. We need to fight this at every level.
You have some contacts there. If you would send me an email, I'll put you in touch with them.
Oh, fantastic. That would be great.
There's a former law enforcement guy who wrote a fun little game for young kids in terms of how you meet a guy, and the guy wants you to get in the car, or the guy wants you to go to a party, or you're going to go into a liquor store and get some, you know, and the kids in a group get to make a decision. And it was really kind of interesting when we did it with our kids who had all been prostitutes, because he was going to buy her a dress but she was going to have to, you know, do some favors. And the kids in my shelter going, do it, get the dress. You know? Where if you showed it to other kids in an elementary school, the response would be different. So I'll send that to you if you shoot me an email.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That'll be great.
And he's there. He's in the UK somewhere.
That's fantastic. We need to connect more in the UK, Lou, don't we?
Do. So send me an email. Let's get in the email chain. And if you go to our website and you click in your email and to join our fight, what you'll find is you'll get a monthly newsletter from me about what's going on, what we're doing.
Brilliant, brilliant. Jason just showed us your website now, so I'm going to be looking at that as soon as this show ends.
Okay, great.
Yeah, definitely. I'm dying to see what, you know, to see your website and what you've been doing. How long have you been doing this for, Lewis?
42 years.
Wow.
Since 1979, I've been working exclusively with kids. I started as a graduate student in 1973. So.
He saved 11,000 kids, Lou.
Yeah.
Whoa, my gosh.
An actual figure on it.
Pardon?
That is incredible.
Jason read the bio on your website to me. Just before the show.
I'm still in contact with many of our kids because life doesn't change for them. If they didn't have a mommy and daddy to ask them permission or ask information when they were young, what makes you think they have them now? So, you know, I get lots of contact from, you know, what do you think I should do? Should I change jobs? Should I marry this guy? Should I have another baby? I mean, all the normal things that we ask parents, or hopefully we have a mentor or somebody we can turn to. They still don't really have anybody, and they don't really want to share their past with the people that are in their lives today. And that's totally understandable and acceptable.
And that's it. The thing is, to have a better future, you have got to leave the past behind you, haven't you? That's why I tell a lot of people, for your life to change for the better, you leave the old people behind, you know?
Yes. Yes. Well, and that's what I tell people. They say, why doesn't she leave this pimp? I said, what if I was to say to you, your boyfriend was a jerk and you need to leave him now. And you need to cut out everybody in your life. You have no friends. You have to start all over. You have to relocate. That's hard. And who am I to tell you? Whether you're prostituting or whether you're a girlfriend, or no matter what the situation is, that's the circumstance. And you have to take it step by step, and you have to be there. Sometimes you have to pick them up hundreds of times, and sometimes they're doing very, very well and they crash and burn again.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it just takes one thing to take you straight back.
Pardon?
Sometimes it just takes one thing to take you straight back.
Yep, exactly.
And then
Exactly.
you
The pandemic
there
was
then.
part of that. Our kids lost their jobs during the pandemic. They no longer had childcare. They didn't have any money. You know, we had to help tie them into public benefits again and get them food and give them housing assistance and yeah. And it was, but you know, they didn't have to go back as far as where they started. So as hard as it was for many people, it was still very hard for them, but not like where they'd come from.
Yeah. Yeah, and I suppose it's like that thing they say, isn't it? You know, like if you've got through it before, then you can do it again. You know, you sort of become stronger, don't you? So, you know,
Well,
these girls.
I think that I used to say that, you know, when we had the shelter, we closed it in 2018, but when kids would come to the shelter, if they were only there for a week and they'd leave, I'd say, don't worry, they'll be back. And they'd say, why? I says, because there's no place as soft as this, where you have a bed and a roommate and your own bathroom with your roommate. I mean, you have a private bath, you have activities, you're entertained, you go to Disneyland, you go to the beach, you know, you have 3 square meals a day, two snacks. They used to call it the 25-pound children of the night, you know, event. So, because they gain weight and they go, oh, I'm so fat. I said, you won't be when you leave here. And they weren't. So, and many people are offended by their behavior, but they're girls, they're teenage girls and they're young women. And we live in a very fast culture now. So if they are going to get a tattoo, they're going to get a tattoo. Now, not what would be my choice, but it has to be I have to tolerate all of it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's important that I do that. I'm not offended by it, because if I'm offended by it, then that means in some way I don't accept them. And I'm very, very careful about that. I keep myself very, very open to, I'm game for whatever it is they want to do.
That's
Sometimes
important
it's not
as
good
well.
thing.
That's sometimes like speaking as a teenage bit of a wild child. Then sometimes they like to test the boundaries as well, and that is a way of gaining trust.
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
a way of gaining trust. It really is, you will push that person to see how far and how much. That is how you that's how you learn to trust people, is kind of by shocking or pushing them away. You know, because they are protected. My wall goes up. If something happens to me and I go back, my wall just goes up. And I shut myself away then until I can rebuild myself over the space of a few days. But for me, I'm a workaholic. So I work
Yeah, me
myself
too.
out of situations. You
I
know,
know.
that's the way I deal with it. And with other women, it's different ways. It's drink, it's drugs, it's other things, you know. But for me, it's very much. My motto is the best revenge is success.
Yes,
This is
it's
what
true.
I'm working my way up. I'm not being a statistic, no way. And that's the way. But this is what we were saying earlier on. A lot of these kids, they've got so much to give.
Yeah.
Much to give.
Well,
Nobody
I
just
think
gets
it's
so
really
much going on their
important
heads.
It's really important when you're dealing with prostituted youth is that you don't deny who they are or where they came from.
Yeah,
And so when they go out into the world and they've got a job and they lose a job and they come back and they're crying, I'm going, is that the worst thing you've ever dealt with? You need to learn how to, being successful is learning how to navigate successful people. And you had a good training when you were prostituting and doing that. You should have played that guy. You should have manipulated that guy rather than take that to heart. And they look at me like I'm crazy because they're saying, you're supposed to tell me I was bad and I deserved it. And I said, no, let's go back. Let's write him a letter. Let's see if he calls you back to work. You know, you have to teach them how to navigate the world, because the world's not as much as we thought as children. Is not really made up of good people.
And especially kids have had a bad start in life. The world is so different for them. It's
Yeah.
completely different. It's
Yes.
a world the everyday person will never understand.
Yes. And they'll always condemn and judge and devalue.
Yeah, I laugh at them Christmas time, because over here we have a bakery called Greg's, and this is society over here. They will happily buy that person a pasty Christmas time and take a selfie to put on Facebook. You know, and for me, because I've been on the streets, I know what that person's history has probably been. Every other day they walk past them like they don't exist, but every Christmas they'll have a pasty. You know, that's the only bit of attention they get, and that's just to make themselves feel good.
Yeah, it's true.
I know. I hate that when I see it. You see it on social media, don't you? And it's like, you know, if you want to buy someone who's on the streets, a pasty or a meat, do it. You don't need to take a photo and show everybody. Like, that's just doing it for likes, for attention. Look how good I am. It's like, you know, it's an act of kindness should come from the heart.
Yeah, but I would tell my kids it doesn't matter as long as they're giving. You know, it's doesn't mean you're forgiving, doesn't mean you're accepting, doesn't mean you're going to pray for them. You know, just, you know, that's who people are. And so it's like you have to take them as they are, and you have to figure out how can you engage them? How can you get them to help you? And if that's what it takes is a stupid photo, then so be it.
Like that.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting everybody. I think we're out of time, aren't we?
Yeah, we usually run to about 10:30. We was going to stop tonight at 10 because we've been, like I said, we've been traveling. I had the honor this weekend of meeting a young girl that was trafficked herself, and she'd gone up and she spoke. Oh, it was just amazing. It's amazing when these people come forward and they speak, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Protect others. I think that's incredible strength.
It is. Do you know what? And these are the types of people that we need, you know, like Sandy, yourself as well, you know, like what you went through, and the fact that you and your you know, your friends who have got together, and you know, you're incredibly brave, and without people like you, nobody would be alerted that all these bad things happen. And you know, like, at least with you, you know, you survivors sort of coming out and speaking out, you know, these children they've got more of a chance because, you know, you're spreading awareness. So, you know, with the awareness there, we've got more chance of helping children, you know, sort of not have to go through, you know, what you went through and what your friends went through.
Well, I hope that that's true. I'm not sure that I don't know. I see so many phonies in the sex trafficking movement. It makes me sick. I see a lot of books, a lot of, you know, you couldn't go into a major university and lecture on autism. You just couldn't unless you had the credentials. But you can go into any university and lecture on sex trafficking and just say that you did that, you know, and I don't think that they're making a lot of money, but I think that they're making a mockery out of the issue because they're not people who are going to stop and really help somebody. I know a young woman who was very educated, very accomplished, who was sex trafficked, and she had a little girl she was helping in a little city, and she was testing, the girl was with her pimp, and she was testing her self-esteem curriculum she had created. And finally we said, you know, you can test her all you want, but let us get our hands on her. Let's take care of her. And she finally got her on a plane, which we paid for, and we picked her up at the airport, and the little girl had such severe STDs she couldn't walk, and pelvic inflammatory infection. Meanwhile, this person who's a survivor who's accomplished is treating her as an object and using her study on her. That bothers me. It really bothers me. So it's, and you know, I was on a conference call, a Zoom call yesterday with one of our young ladies in another organization. And the young lady said they were offering her job development and she wants to go into human services. And so I was talking about what kind of human service training could we get her? And the director of the other program said, well, she couldn't do ours. That would be too difficult for her. I was really offended, you know? So we're going to run her through our training, which is far more difficult than what this little organization could have. But so it still becomes the me's and the them's. And even with the survivors, once they cross over, and the survivors, I think that there's a real sad event coming up to them because they've been used by law enforcement. They think they're accepted. They've been treated like they're little stars. They're going to get kicked to the curb, and many of them already have been. They're not appreciated. And that there's just a lot of corruption and a lot of moral corruption and social corruption in the whole movement, particularly in America. America's all about arresting and incarcerating.
We don't even get the arrests over here, do we, Sandy?
You know, but what we do find is there's more women will come out and confess about they were abused as a child than there are men. We get the amount of males that are coming forward now that we're finding is unbelievable. They want someone there they can talk with. I'm talking with 6 just now, and that's a big increase for us. But I'm a male. We're supposed to be the strong species of the planet. You know, we're supposed to be this big, strong person. But we shed tears as well, believe me. But very few males will come forward and speak about being abused as a child. I'm trying to break that barrier. I mean, I kept it locked away for 52 years before I come out. It destroyed my life. Everything. I mean, I had a very, very successful business. I seen that going down the tubes. I lost my house, my job, marriage, you name it. I've been there, slept in the streets, called every name under the sun. And it does happen. But to take that first step, it's hard, believe me, it's hard for being a man just to take that first step. But see, once you take that first step and you start getting a wee bit of support, someone that you can really, really trust, because there are people out there that you think you can trust, and they'll crush you, they'll destroy you. I've been there. But I met a young girl, her name was Michelle, and it was a thing set up by the Scottish Government. It's the best thing they've ever done. And it was called Future Pathways, and it was to give support to victims. And this young girl, Michelle, she spoke with us, and she seen I was in a bad place at the time. And she got me this counsellor. Now, it's not nice to say, but I had a thing against women. I hated women, because all through my life, women had done me wrong. My own mother abused me. My mother's sister abused me. One of my sisters abused me. Then I was in Quarriers. A woman heard me screaming, done nothing. I reported my abuse. I was slapped about. One of the women there never done anything. I was a liar, I was everything. So it was very, very, very hard to put trust in. But I met this woman through Future Pathways who supported me and believed in me. It was the first time ever I was believed. And that was just fantastic. Through that, it helped me take the second, third, fourth, and so on, till I can do what I'm doing now. And I'm trying to get a message out there to all males. Don't be frightened to take that step. Do not be frightened. We were children. We never went up to our abuser and put our hand up. Please, sir, can you abuse me? We never asked for that. We never asked for that at all. It happened to us. We've got to live with that. That's ours to the day and hour we die. But how we live between now and the day and hour we die, that's up to us. And I'm trying to get a message out to all males. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We've helped 39 people now. We're working with another few, trying to get them to have a normal life. Because I know what like it is, just to have everything taken away, everything I worked for. It was all taken away just through being a child of abuse. I let it get too much. I've lost count of the times I tried to commit suicide. I almost succeeded in 2012, and that's when my life changed. And I realised then, because I was put into a psychiatric hospital, because I had tried to commit suicide. I've walked out in front of cars, I've walked out in front of trains, I've put ropes around my neck, slapped my wrists. I've done it. And for some unknown reason, I'm still here. And I'm glad I'm here. I am glad I'm here today. And I find that just for speaking out, it has helped me. Having decent people in my life now who can fully understand what I've come through, like Jane. I know what Jane went through. Jane knows what I come through. So we can talk to each other. And don't get me wrong, there are days that Jane will have a bad day, I'll have a bad day, we all have bad days. But we can sit down and we can talk and discuss this in an amicable way. And before long, we're back to normal again. But it's a thing that no matter how you try, you can get back to living a normal life, but you'll never, ever forget that you were abused as a child. That is ours. But we can make good out of our life, and I'm proof of that because I'm living my life today and I'm loving it. I love what I do just now.
Sandy, you're such an amazing voice for young men who are facing that today. Even in America, young boys do not want to, and America is really much looser now in terms of transgender and everything. It's still very, very hard for them. And we see it, you know, with our church, it's the Catholic Church. And I understand the Vatican now has created a program where children and their families can go to the archdiocese to report a parish priest for sexual abuse right when it happens. I think you could have found a warmer place to go than the archdiocese, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
You know that, I mean, that's...
But it's because of people like you and people speaking out and doing something about it, because without your voice, change will not come. People want to deny that it happens. They want to say it's made up in my mind or other minds of people who are trying to work in the field. It's really important what you have done. And for that, I thank you.
And I think it's really important that people get to see that you can come out the other side. Because when you've never experienced a different life, it's difficult to imagine that life, isn't it? And it's difficult to see yourself achieving that thing, you know?
Yeah.
And it's also important that people know that it's not something that you get over, because that's too easy for the perpetrator to walk away and say, oh, he'll get over it, or the courts to say that, or social workers. The damage is there and it should be compensated. It should be treated as any personal injury, and people should pay.
100%.
I do have that lawyer in London who is the top of the child abuse. He has the big firm and he's head of the child abuse organization, who's always looking for good cases. That's always the niche. He needs good, solid cases with evidence and a client who's got some money. Not the client, but I mean the person that abused the child who has some money. He's willing to take those cases on, and he's taken on lots of them, and he's won. So know that if you do find that victim, that there is help available, and I'm happy to facilitate that for you.
Yeah, but
Thank you very much.
I find up here in Scotland, we report more abuse. Now, I went, and one of my abusers is still alive, as I spoke about earlier tonight, Taylor. One of them is still alive. And I gave a full statement to the police back in 2018. And every time I phone up, we're still investigating. They've done nothing. The Scottish Government,
What does he do for a living? What does he do for a living? Does he work?
I do not know. I'm not even allowed to mention his name. That's as a jail.
But does he have a job?
I don't know. This man will be in his 80s by now.
Yeah.
You know, he will be, but he's still alive, so he'll be retired.
You know, age is not a factor in terms of them stopping to abuse. They continue on.
I mean, God almighty, you read about guys in their 80s and they're still abusing. There were one just recently there up here in Scotland. I think he was 87 and he was abusing children.
Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, the Scottish Government came out with an act of Parliament. Anyone who was abused in an orphanage in Scotland before the 26th of September 1964 cannot take the orphanage, their abuser, or the Scottish Government to court. Now, I was asked why. Why was this 26th of September and why 1964? Why that date? So I started investigating this, and I have discovered that child abuse in the UK was an all-time high between the 1930s, 40s, 50s, into the early 60s, because we had 2 world wars.
Yeah.
Children who lived, like I said, in Glasgow, right down the Clyde coast was all shipbuilding. The children who lived in cities in these areas were all taken away from the cities, put out into the countries, to families living out in the country, farmers, anywhere they could get them. They were put out there. A lot of these children were never returned home.
Yeah, a lot. They were sent abroad as well, weren't they?
Yes, they were sexually abused.
For their own safety.
And this is how this date has come, because this is the dates it fits in with all these children. Plus the children, there were more children getting put into orphanages. Now, the Scottish government up here, they would rather protect the paedophile, we know this, than protect the child. The Scottish government are just after giving Bernardo's £58 million donation. We do know that the Scottish government met with Quarriers' lawyers to discuss about all the children who gave evidence to the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry. And the lawyer stated to them, if all these children that gave evidence to Ladysmith at the inquiry takes us through the court system, it'll finish the good name of Quarriers. We will be no more. Something has to be done. We do know that it was Quarriers' lawyers that come up with this thing. If we give them, say, £100,000 each, then we can keep it quiet and we can all save money. Now, up here, if you go further in investigating this, all these orphanages have got to be insured. They've got to be.
I agree.
So that you start following the money trail. That's the best way. Follow this money trail and you'll get your answer.
Yeah.
So I started doing that. These orphanages got to be insured, as I say. The insurance companies are run by the banks. The banks are run by your orphanages in Scotland, private ones like Quarrier. Quarriers wasn't government, nor was it council run. This was run by shareholders. Shareholders are in to make money. That's all. If they're not making money, there would be no Quarriers.
Sandy, have you ever been able to interest the Guardian in any of this?
We've tried to get everyone involved we can. We keep buying. The only time that we get decent press was for the 338 little children that Quarriers Orphan Homes removed their headstones. Little angels. And Quarriers removed the children's headstones. They do not know who removed it. There are no records. It's like everything else in Quarriers. There's no records. And June and I, there's 179 of us now. There'll be 180. I'm meeting a new warrior in Glasgow in September. So we'll be a full one. So there'll be 180 of us, Quarriers warriors. And we've all campaigned for years to get Quarriers to put wrongs right. And one of the things was our first battle was to get Quarriers to admit the new children were getting abused and to give an apology. And on the first day of the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry, we were standing outside. There were a group of us. We held a vigil and we had a minute's silence for all the kids and whatnot. And just after that was at 1 o'clock. And just after that, at 1 o'clock, the news came to me. Quarriers admitted the new children were getting abused and have given an apology to everyone. But that was to everyone, not individually.
Right, I understand. I was hopeful that the inquiry would do something, but it really didn't. It turned out just to serve the politicians. And it was obviously a way of silencing, maybe giving, they didn't even really give the victims a voice, and they really should have. I'm going to have to run, Sandy. I'm really sorry. I've got something else I have to do. Someone's coming in 30 minutes. So
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure having you on here. Thank you so much for giving up your time. And
Sandy, thank you for the opportunity. It's always good to see you. And I'll look forward to seeing you again, Lucia.
Lucia,
Thanks ever so much, Lois, for coming on. That was a lovely surprise. Thank you.
Okay, see you soon.
Okay, take care, Lois. Bye now. See you soon.
Bye, Lois.
Bye. Thank you, Sandy.
Well, I think that's us done now, guys. It's 9:30. So I just check the I'll check the
chat box. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun, eh?
Yes, yeah, we got a comment here. Look, hello from the USA. They've just missed our unexpected USA guest. So yeah, so I just want to finish on the protest really. Unite for Children is like a kind of thing that's on tour. It's bringing together all the children's campaigns, guys. There's different dates. I know they've got the 21st of September in St. George Square in Glasgow. Where the one after that, then in September, I think that's September the 18th. That is in Leeds Square. And I also know, Sandy, you're doing your last one in September up in Scotland.
Yes,
Is that right?
What we are doing up here, we are uniting all victims and survivors of child abuse, plus our supporters, to come and hear our voice. It's a thing that's never been done before, where so many victims and survivors has come together, and we've got so many coming from all over the UK, from all over Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales, we're hoping, yeah, and we do look forward to meeting you up here. Jane and I hope before the year's out we can manage down to Wales as well as London, but Jane's health isn't too good just now. We know that Jane will be in a wheelchair shortly, and her feet are, she's getting worse with her back and stuff, and we know she will be in a wheelchair, so we've got to think of that. Then she had the COVID injection and that didn't go well. So she's all out, it's like big burn marks all over her face and stuff.
Oh no.
So I was trying not to tell her not to get it, but she went ahead and got it. But not getting any more. I think this is past scaring her. And plus my one daughter, my adopted daughter, she got the COVID as well. And she ended up in hospital with that. You know, and she got the COVID in the hospital.
So, right.
And she's all her hair's falling out and teeth, and God almighty, she's in a bad way. So I've got a lot on up here just now. So, but I do hope before the year is out, I will be in Wales. And that's my goal.
We welcome you with open arms, Sandy.
We would definitely be. I'm very much looking forward to meeting you in person, Sandy.
Yeah, and if you do come up, stay over to the Monday, because we've got the big service on at Quarriers for all children who lost their life and gained their golden wings in care. We've got that on the Sunday. The Saturday night after we're rallying Glasgow, we've got a big party going on to thank everyone who come to Glasgow. So that's getting held, and these are more than welcome to come to that. There'll be a meal going as well, you know, so it's all taken care of. So
I'm hoping to find myself a nice Scottish man, Sandy. I'm hoping to bring him out.
Yeah.
Listen, now I'm not having a clip off Jane.
Oh well, you'll have competition from Jane Holmes. You know, Jane from our sister group, Beach Home Warriors. She's 80. She's been trying every time she's up. Oh, she's amazing.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, Scottish
I'm open to come back with a man. I am anyway. So yeah. I'll even get my hair done.
For you. Lovely Welsh girl looking for Scotsman.
Line them up. Right, guys. Thanks everyone for watching tonight. The two Lisas is in the chat. Our visitor Emma as well. Del's on. Hiya guys, I found the charger. Oh, Del, better late than never. She come in for the last thing. Del, you just missed an incredible guest. But tell you what, I'll give her a phone call now after this.
Yeah,
That'll be easier, won't it? Right, Lou, I will also. Good night. Good night, Sandy. Lovely to see you, Lou. Feels like I haven't seen you for ages, even though we seen each other last Sunday.
It feels like forever.
Yeah, because we work, and it feels like you was here though when you was well the day before, and I was ill, but because I haven't been on the planet for 2 weeks, that's why it feels like I haven't seen anyone for ages. So So I'll speak to you all soon. Thank you very much for joining, everyone. Thanks everyone for watching, and a big shout out to Lois from America, who jumped on unexpectedly, and it was a welcome surprise. And thanks to Sandy for having her on the show before that. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been on the show now.
yeah,
That's right.
she done 2 shows today instead of one.
So,
But she's
thank you very much, Sandy. Good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
Sandy. Good night, everyone. Good night, Kim. Good night, Sandy. Speak to you
Good night.
soon. Good night.
Right.
If I can leave.
Right.